Hi, good morning, everyone. Uh, okay. If you are able to hear me, just let me know in your comments so that I know that you are able to hear. Okay, great. So uh, let me just walk you through what the idea of the position was. So right on the left, right, I had taken a strangle, 42,000 and 42,000 P and 42,500 C. Right? So in the first up move, the put basically, so 41,900 and then 40, I think I'll have to look at exactly, I'll look at the order history and share, right? But the intention was, this was a strangle where I entered right at the beginning of the market, right, within the first 5 seconds. And on the account on the right is where I entered a straddle. So in straddle, we first moved our calls away from 42,200, we went to 42,300, and then it brought our puts closer. So put came from 42,200 to 42,300. Again, in the up move, we moved to 42,400 on the call side, and then finally when it subsided and started coming down, my call also came closer to 42,300. So right now I'm at a 42,300 straddle on this account, and here it's 42,100 and 42,400 straddle. Okay? With the intention that we will slowly keep adjusting it based on the criteria. Couple of things that I'll share on the chat is the number to reach for your questions. Right? So you can reach us on the number provided here. Just if you have any questions, you can type the questions here on the chat. Right? If you have any other questions, you can reach us on this number also post market. Uh, this is our Twitter handle. This is the number to reach. So now, what is the intention, right? So what are the different settings? I'll just quickly check on the triangle on the left. I'm doing a price check. So basically what I'm saying is, if my LTP goes above 60, and right now my order slicing is 450, weight is 5. So I'm going to wait for 5 price updates before the adjustment happens. And the adjustment will happen only by one strike. So if I check this, I move by 2 strike is unchecked. So I'm going to only move by a single strike. What this will result in, this automation will result in is, when this goes to 60 and stays above 60 for 5 consecutive price updates, then this position of a put will risk off. Similarly on the call side, if that happens, it will risk off. In the meantime, we can see on the right, the straddle is actually has updated, and now I'm sitting at 42,200 call because of the price action. I'll talk about this in a minute. We'll see, we'll let this work. But if this changes, this is now a strangle inverted. If the market continues to fall, this put will also risk off, and this will move to 42,200. Right, so coming back to the strangle, right? So the idea is 60 points. If this goes, LTP goes above 60, then I am risking off, and when it risks off, adding a 50% buffer on the new price. So if let's say it gets a price of 40, it's going to add 20 points, which is 50 on top of what is the current sell price. Right? So we can see that the puts have risked off. Now we are at 42,200. Basically, in both the accounts, the put actually moved from 42,100 to 42,000, and here it moved to 42,000 straddle. So far the market has been doing up and down, so that's why the position is moving accordingly. As you can see, the put changed to 56 because our LTP was 40. We had around 50. So at that point of time, roughly the average price came out to be 39 or 38. That's why the put got to 56. And I'm going to keep this as 56 and I will make this also as 56. On the right, the reason it moved was I had a price action of 40 points. So the difference column was showing 40. If it stayed above 40 points, which is a difference column, is an LTP minus the sell price. So whenever there was a 40-point movement, I've configured such that if there's a 40-point movement, if I'm losing 40 points, then risk off. If I'm gaining 40 points, then come closer. So that way my straddle will first change into a strangle, and then if the move continues, it will again shift to a straddle. So that's exactly what happened a few minutes ago. One question, is it possible to trade multiple brokers at a time? Yes, we have users who are trading in ZERODHA, FINVASIA, and Janam from the same machine, right? So you can basically select the broker and then select the account and then trade. So yes, it is possible. Sure, I'll move the cursor when I'm explaining, right? So I was first talking about the price check, right? We look at one at a time. Maybe that would help. Let me know if looking at two screens is making it more complicated. I can then switch between screens and show. Yes, price action works both ways. So the way price action works is, right now I've sold at, the call is at 104, LTP is 99. Yeah? So currently the difference is 5. Now if this goes to minus 40, this position will come closer. So it will automatically shift to 42,300 call. Now if this goes to plus 40, that means if I move to 144.38 and stay above 144.38, then this position will risk off. It will go to 42,300, and when I'm coming closer, it will come to 42,100. Sorry, earlier I said it. So I'll repeat this, right? So it works both ways. If this call where the sell price is 104, if it goes to 144, because I've set a 40 point on the call, then this call will risk off to 42,300. Versus if the market starts falling and this call goes to 64, which is 40 points from here, then automatically this call will roll closer to the spot, which is 42,100. So it works both ways. So if I want this movement to come closer, maybe faster, without seeing too much of MTM swings, then I can reduce this quantity to, let's say, 38. Now, when I'm saying when there's a 38-point movement, I want to either risk off or risk on, which is move away or move closer. In here, I'm okay. I'm sitting at a triangle. Both are equidistant. Even the quantities are well balanced. I can look at the current premiums and say, okay, if this goes to 0, right, what is the maximum that I can make on this position? So it shows if this goes to 0, it's a lakh 12. If this call goes to 0, it's a lakh 10. Right? So we're still in a decent shape right now. So in the upcoming release, there is a change that is coming in for people who want to put a hard stop loss, right? So if I do an exit option, now instead of a move, I can select an exit. What I'm telling is if there's a 38-point loss, right? So if this 104 goes to 142, then square off this position. Similarly for the put, if 98 goes to 136, then it will automatically square off the position. Now the winning side will not come closer. Earlier it used to come closer, which is if it loses 38 points, then it will come closer. That will stop working when you have exit. So exit will purely work as a stop loss. You can just define what is the number of points that you want to put as a stop loss. For option buyers, right? So let me show you a version, right, where you can basically do this for option buyers as well. I'm going to open an instance and we'll do a paper trade there. Just a reminder, this is only to show you the capabilities of the tool, right? Uh, if you want to follow the trades, please do it at your own risk. I think this is only for educational purposes, just to show the features of the application. Yeah. Now, let me show you what is there in the upcoming version. Let the market settle down a bit. Right now, it's making too many of moves. Right, so I'm just let people, because people will be focusing on their positions as well. So then I'm going to talk about how to use this as a buyer as well. Okay, so let me shift this completely. Show you how it will work for a buyer. So right here we have an option where you can look at your combined straddle and strangle prices. I can do an individual and do a buy or sell from here. I can do a strangle, but do a buy or sell from here, and I can do a custom watch list itself. Right? I want to monitor a certain set of combination, and that is the combination that I want to monitor. Or I can basically enter from a single click of a button a specific quantity by clicking on a buy or sell. Right? So that is one option for buyers to add. Right? The other option is on the entry itself. There are basket options where you can just select which strike you want to buy, how much quantity you want to buy. Right? Now, the automation pretty much works on the price check all the way till spot difference works on sold position. You have something which is a breakout, ORB strategies we talk about, right? What if there's a range breakout? You can basically specify that If the spot goes above 42,300, I want to buy, let's say, 2000 quantity, 225 quantity of a certain strike. And that certain strike could be, let's say, I want to buy a 42, 43, 300. I'm just giving an example. And if I have a checkbox here, check, this rule basically tells me when the spot is greater than 42,300, go ahead and buy 225 quantities of the certain specific strike. So that way you can basically use this as a buying when there is resistance is breached or support has been breached. You can do a buy or you can do a sell. You can choose whatever levels that you trade. Even you have an option for a less than. Right? So if let's say if Bank Nifty goes below 42,000, then I want to buy a 500 or 50 quantity of a specific put. Okay? And then if I have this check, then this rule comes into picture. Now, the beauty is your P&L will work on the total position. So you can use an auto update along with the P&L checkbox if you're, let's say, doing scalping or buying. Okay? For sellers, definitely it is there. But even for buyers, even if you have only buy positions, your target and your, so right now it is disabled because both are 0 0, right? Target and exit are both 0. So if I set this target to, let's say, some extremely high value, and then if I set this as, let's say, minus, it is enabled, right? So now I'm saying above, if my loss goes, let's make it a little reasonable, goes below 2 lakh. If I start losing more than 2 lakhs, I want to exit. I can just check this checkbox, and this rule is now applicable. Now, same goes for buyer. Even if you have a buying position, you could do the same thing. Whatever position that you bought, right, you know you're okay to lose only an X percentage or an X value. You just specify that value here, and you have a defined target. Whenever your target is met, your buy position will square off. So that's on this. I hope that answers. Just looking at the other questions as well. So you have a P&L level stop loss, and then you have a stop loss on the position, but that is for a seller, not for a buyer. For a buyer, it's you can then use a reverse. You bought something, you can have a different breakout, right? I can check and uncheck at any point of time. So I can keep on changing the position and the criteria. Sure. So how to sell straddle hedges? Now, basically, we have given a name to a straddle or a strangle, right? End of the day, you're selling an option and buying another option. Right? You can choose to do that through multiple options, right? The first one is when you're doing an when you're doing an entry, right? So here you can say call hedge and put hedge. You can specify the price and it will look for a strike which is around that price, not more than that. So if I do a 50 here, I'm telling the system look for call strikes which are currently trading around 50 but not more than 50. Also, when you're looking, look for strikes which are in multiples of 500 for Bank Nifty and 100 for Nifty and Fin Nifty because of the liquidity. So then it will automatically find out which strike is trading around 50 but not more than 50 and has to be multiple of 500, and that position will go under buy. Now that's through a time based or on a click of a button. You also have an option to do baskets where you can specify which strike and what quantity. So you can enter a specific strike that you want as an hedge, both for put and a call. Right? That's the second option. The third option is you can either do it through a list right here. Right? So this is my custom list. If you look at this, I've created some custom list. I can do a hedge of 44 here, which is at 160, select a quantity of 225 and do a buy. If I want to combine, I can do that on both. I can do this at 39 and then uncheck individual. Now I'm saying buy both 225 and I click on buy. These two combination will be bought 225 quantity, which will be treated as your hedges. Right? So you have multiple options, right? At least 4 options right here. And after you've added, you can, let's say you want to add some more quantity, you have the option of 900, 450. So it's basically the maximum allowed quantity in one order. Right? So that is now available here as well. If I click to next to none, then for people who don't want to look at it, you can just hide this, right? So there are people who don't want to look at the straddle strangle premiums. Right? So for them, just to keep it clean, we have an option of none. If you want to look at it, then you select the straddle or the strangle or your custom list. If you're not somebody who wants to look at this, can just uncheck this or select the none option. Okay, from the straddle option. From the straddle option, no, sir, we don't have that. So the idea of the straddle option is mostly just to show you and give you an entry to sell, right? What you can do is have that same straddle here, right? Whichever straddle you're managing or you want to focus on. So 42,300 and let's say 42,300. So this is now the straddle that I want to monitor. Along with that, these are the hedges that I want to monitor. 44 and 39. So I can set a buy. I have to click on a buy here and a sell here. So there's no option to buy hedges from the straddle. You're right. Uh, uh, is Mr. Reddy, is that answered? Okay, thank you. If I'm not clear, we can connect after market hours, and I'll try to understand your use case, and we'll try to answer that as well. So a couple of changes that are coming most likely from Monday, right? The first and foremost, the buttons that you see earlier, there were 20 lots, 10 lots, and 4 lots. Now it is the full size. What is the freeze limit? Is 900, half of it, and then 4 lots. Same for hedges, and same has been changed for exit as well. That's 900. So these are for people who, a lot of people requested that we want a 900 quantity or an 1800 quantity in Nifty. So for Nifty, it's going to be 1800 and then 920 and then, yeah, sorry, 900 and then 200. I can show that in a Zerodha account. So just looking at what other questions we have. So I'm going to make the price difference as 30 and we change to 40%. So the intention is the way I look at it is after a certain period of time, let's say if the market continues to go up, the put will not decay, right, to compensate enough for the rise and call. So if the call goes to 50, the put may go to 18, 17, not more than that, right? There's still some time value left. So not expecting this to go to like 10 if this goes to 50. So that's why I'm setting a difference to 30. The way it will work is right now the difference is approximately 20. So another 5 point up move, right? The put may be able to compensate by 2 or 3 points, but after that it will not be able to compensate. So that's when I want to bring my puts closer. Yes, you can use exit PNL. Or, Sorry, I just realized. Both work independently, the price action and price difference. So all the automations can be checked, unchecked at any point of time. Right? There is no relationship between, okay, if I have a price action, can I do price difference? Yes, you can. Can I? What happens if both are checked? Whichever rule is satisfied, that rule will perform. Right. So the step that you've defined, let's say in a price difference, you've defined that the difference of the LTP between a call and put needs to be, if it goes above 20%, then I want to bring the winning side closer. Irrespective of whether you have price check or price action or spot difference, this rule will bring the one which is at a lower price closer to the spot. Now, uh, the price action clearly says, okay, whatever sell price that I got, if the difference, if the LTP moves, let's say 10 points up or 10 points down from the sell price, then if it goes up, risk off. If it goes down, bring it closer. So both are independent. You can change the values dynamically. You don't have to click save anywhere. You can uncheck and check in automation on the fly, right? And use all the settings or do completely manual. A lot of people say, I want to risk off and then I will decide to bring it closer myself. Another set of people will say, I want to shift both the sides together. Right? So I wanted to do a straddle where I can roll the straddle up or down. That's why I've used a price action with a value in such a way that I sold something at 100. I knew if one leg goes to 140, the other leg will go approximately to 60. Right? So the probability of that happening is much higher unless VIX is rising and so extreme circumstances. But generally speaking, if 100, if a call of 100 goes to let's say 130, the put of 100 will go to 70, right? Because it is quite balanced on an expiry. Now, if I kept that at 70, then it's very imbalanced, right? Because then the call may go to 170, the put may not go to 30, very long time. So that's why the setting has to be correct in terms of what you want to achieve. Right? If your view was that I let the market do 100 points up, 200 points up, and then down, but I know it's going to stop right exactly where my straddle is, then you can do a 70 point or even a 100 point price action. So based on what your view is, it lets you change your view right as the market moves. So that's another benefit of the tool, right? So when earlier I started with 50-50, then I changed it to 40. Now my risk appetite is lower because I'm already losing some money. I don't want to lose more. I don't want to see MTM swings. So I've changed it to 38. So this put, right, taking an example, I'll just minimize these and let's look at this. So right now it's at minus 20. If this goes to minus 38, this put will move from 42 200 to 42 300. Similarly, if this goes to 38 plus, right now it's 11. The way 11 it is LTP minus sell price. So the difference between how much has the market moved from my sell price, it has moved by 8 points on the call side, 19 points from the put side. Now, if this difference starts showing as 38 is when my call will risk off. When the put, this difference starts showing as minus 38, this put will come closer. Sorry, I realized there was a issue with the audio. Right? Is it clear? You're able to hear now, right? So the price difference, I'll explain again. Right? So price difference purely works on. So let's take an example. I'll open a Zerodha paper chart, right, so that you can look at how that would work in live. So that way we can. So this is right. So there was a question whether I can use multiple brokers. So right now I have like, so you can have your own broker, right? So let's say it's a Share India and Zerodha. So I'm selecting Zerodha now. Then I'm gonna enter my request token, which I have to generate now. So we exactly, I think my team has responded that it's not about how to trade and what to trade, right? This is just my risk appetite. Your risk appetite may be very different. Maybe you are somebody who does far off triangle, or you are somebody who does positional trades, right? So it's purely on what is your style of trading. Uh, Profit and loss is not the intention of, right? This video or this live is not to show you how to trade or what to trade. Is to show you what can you do with the platform, right? What are the different options available from the platform, right? You may choose to do scalping, you may choose to do buying, you may choose to do directional trading, right? It's purely up to what you want to do, right? It's not any recommendation that this is how you need to do. So we try to help you improve your ROI, right? So that you can use the tool better to improve the ROI. And that's all we can try to do. We don't do any recommendation. It doesn't come with any fixed strategy. Right? So let me just enter the request token so that I can give example and can talk about what are the new features that we are launching. Once I've generated the request token, I'll be entering the request token here, selecting my account, and then it will select the index and expiry. So I'll select the bank nifty itself and select the expiry, and we do paper trade. Let me just see. Yeah. Oh, I did last time. So we are connected. We just look at the position in the meantime. I think position is okay. There's nothing that I need to do in order to. So one thing that I'm going to do is on the, let me just show that as well when I'm doing it. Right. So on the price check, now I'm around 30.30. Right. I want to just click on refresh so that now all my automation will start working from that position. So my sell price changes automatically because I have update sell price, and now it is 30 and 30. I can monitor how much is the movement, and I'm going to change this to 48 and 48. So that's my new value. That's my new logic. Now this is me trying to protect, okay, my position. On the right, I'm still okay wherever we are. We are basically, the calls have not given up anything, but the puts have given up a decent amount. So that's why our M2M is still in a manageable position. So moving to the question around price difference. Right? So let's take a quick position here. We'll take a strangle. We'll take a strangle of 25 quantity right here, and we'll do a sell. Right? So right now, when I select, let's say 50, do a price difference. The price difference currently between these two legs is shown as 9.610. Right? So this is what the difference is right now. Now, if let's say market starts going up, the calls will start gaining and puts will start losing. After a certain point of time, I want to bring my puts closer. Okay? So a difference I can specify, if the difference between them is let's say 13 points, then bring whichever is at a lower price. Right? In this use case, the put is at a lower price. So after 13, you can see the put actually moved again. Right? Now I don't have an auto update, so it will keep doing it. I generally have an auto update. If I have an auto update, it will now. Okay, let me uncheck and check. This is a trial version that I'm working on. So this is not a live version. So okay, let's just check. Maximum adjustments also shown. Let's talk about this as well. So this is a version that we are testing right now. So this is something which is not in live. So because this has the OI data. If you see here, this is in ZERODHA OI data. The OI data gets reflected. Let me just do a refresh once. Yeah, this time it is working. I think that 366 got updated. So let me show you this again. Let's do a 200 right now. When this position moves, when I move away, you can see that 200 changed to 322. And the reason it changed to 322 was combined sell price is 50. So what we're saying is 296 plus 348, add them up, whatever is the total, do a 50% of that and put that into a price difference new value. That is through auto update. If I don't do this, if I don't want to update and I then move, that 322 will remain 322. That's exactly what happened initially because I had a 20 fixed with no auto update. It kept on shifting because the 20 kept on breaching. So I keep on moving, it doesn't change. If I want an auto update and I say 50%, next time when the position moves, the value gets calculated automatically, it becomes 159. If I move away again, the new value comes as 121. So if I change this to let's say 30, now what I'm telling the system is when the difference between the LTP of a call versus a put is more than 30, whichever is at a lower price, bring it closer to the spot. I'll change this to 20 to show it again. Let's make it 10 so that you can see this happen in live. So whenever now a difference between the LTP of a call versus put is more than 10, it stays above 10 for a certain period of time. Then this will bring the one which is at a lower price closer. सर मैं बीच बीच में हिंदी में भी बोलता रहूंगा अरे बेसिकली अभी आपने देखा कि प्राइस डिफरेंस के कारण मेरा जो कॉल लेग पुट लेग था अरे वो पास आ गया सॉरी पास आ गया 111 42 300 से 42 400 पे आ गया अपने आप प्राइस डिफरेंस की वैल्यू अपडेट हो गई 155 करंटली 57 है अपने आप 155 अपडेट हुई क्योंकि मैंने 50% ऑफ कंबाइंड सेल प्राइस डाल रखा था तो 50% ऑफ कंबाइंड सेल प्राइस 310 था उसका 50% 155 अपने आप प्राइस डिफरेंस 155 हो गई। मान लीजिए मैं इसको अभी मैनुअली भी मूव करता हूँ और इसको दूर ले जाता हूँ, तो ये वैल्यू अपने आप 108 हो गई। ये वैल्यू 108 क्यों हुई? 111 प्लस 106, 217 का 50% 108। अब इसको मैं चेंज कर सकता हूँ, इसको मैं चाहता हूँ 60% हो। तो अब नेक्स्ट टाइम जब भी मूवमेंट होगा या मैं रिफ्रेश करता हूँ, तो अपने आप उसने अब 60% ले लिया, क्योंकि सेल प्राइस अपडेट हो जाती है रिफ्रेश करने पे और प्राइस डिफरेंस की वैल्यू अपने आप 141 होगी। सो जब भी स्क्यू ज़्यादा हो जाता है, बेसिकली प्राइस डिफरेंस लोग यूज़ करते हैं जब आपने 100 का बेचा था, एक 140 हो गया, दूसरा 60 हुआ, उसके बाद 140 वाला 170 तक पहुंच सकता है, लेकिन 60 वाला 20 तक नहीं पहुंचेगा। तो आपको उस समय आपको चाहिए कि मेरा 60 वाला पास आ जाए, तो इसलिए लोग प्राइस डिफरेंस यूज करते हैं। वाई इट मूव टू प्लेसेस, वो अगर मैंने चेक कर रखा है मूव बाय टू स्ट्राइक्स, अगर मैं यहाँ पे मूव बाय टू स्ट्राइक को सिलेक्ट करके रखूंगा तो देन इट विल मूव बाय टू प्लेसेस। अब अगर मैं ऑटोमेशन यहाँ पे इसको मैं 30 कर दूं, सो अब अगर जब भी मूवमेंट आएगा तो एक स्ट्राइक के बदले दो स्ट्राइक से मूव करेगा। अभी मेरा पुट है 42 300 पे, है? जब मूवमेंट आएगा इसको मैं 25 कर देता हूँ। जब ये मूव करेगा तो सीधे 42 100 या 42 500 पे पहुंच जाएगा, क्योंकि अब मैं एक स्ट्राइक से मूव नहीं करना चाहता, दो स्ट्राइक से मूव करना चाहता हूँ। ये आपके पास ऑप्शन है, आप कभी भी चेक कर लीजिए, अनचेक कर लीजिए। मैं इसको 10 कर देता हूँ दिखाने के लिए। अब ये 10 के ऊपर रहना चाहिए 5 टिक तक, ये रहा और ये मूव हो गया। अभी आप देखेंगे 42 300 वाला पोजीशन बाय हो गया, 42 500 वाला सेल हो गया, क्योंकि मूव बाय टू स्ट्राइक था। ऑटोमेटिकली प्राइस डिफरेंस भी 243 सिलेक्ट हो गया, क्योंकि 60% ऑफ कंबाइंड सेल प्राइस। तो आपका फुल्ली ऑटोमेशन में आप चला सकते हैं, अगर आप फुल्ली ऑटोमेशन में चलाना चाहते हैं। अगर आप मैनुअली चलाना चाहते हैं तो यू कैन डू मैनुअली ऑल्सो। आई होप दैट आंसर्स। अब मुझे इसमें एक ही लेग को कट करना है, तो मैंने बस इसको एग्जिट पे क्लिक किया, ये हो गया कट। प्राइस डिफरेंस अपने आप स्टॉप हो गया, यहाँ पे डिफरेंस की वैल्यू आना बंद हो गई, क्योंकि डिफरेंस आप तभी कैलकुलेट कर सकते हैं जब एक कॉल या एक पुट हो, तो अपने आप ये बंद हो गया। तो ये आप भले ही चेक रखेंगे तो भी प्राइस डिफरेंस अब बंद हो गया। अब मैं इसको भी काटना चाहता हूँ, तो इसको भी एग्जिट करके एग्जिट हो गया। नया रूल जो आ रहा है अपकमिंग में, मैं इसको वापस सेल कर देता हूँ। राइट, यहाँ कस्टम में आपके पास रूल्स आ जाएंगे, जिसमें आप बेसिकली अब कह रहे हैं कि मुझे मेरी जो करंट पोजीशन है, अभी मान लीजिए आपने ये बेच रखा है, इसका हम यही बेच देते हैं। ये ठीक है, चलिए अभी 42 300 है, 42 300 हम सिर्फ एक ही लेग बेच के छोड़ देते हैं। यहाँ पे अगर मैं कह देता हूँ कि अगर अब ये 184 के ऊपर जाता है तो मुझे सेल करना है 100 क्वांटिटी को और चेक बॉक्स को चेक करना है। तो अब मेरा क्या कहना है सिस्टम को कि जब भी ये पोजीशन, इस पोजीशन या 184 है, 183 कर देते हैं, तो आप रूल बेस्ड एंट्री ले सकते हैं कि जब भी वो 183 के ऊपर है। मैं कौन सा वर्जन दिखा रहा हूँ, एक सेकंड, लेट मी जस्ट चेक विच वर्जन आई एम, बिकॉज वी हैव टू मेक श्योर आई एम शोइंग यू द राइट वर्जन। या आई एम शोइंग यू द राइट। ओके, लेट मी सी, let's go to the version that we are testing right now. एक सेकंड, मैं वर्जन लॉन्च करता हूँ जो हम टेस्ट कर रहे हैं अभी, जिसमें ये मैं आपको लाइव में दिखा सकता हूँ। इन द मीन टाइम आई जस्ट शो माय पोजीशंस आल्सो। काफी देर से पोजीशन देखी नहीं है, तो पोजीशन में क्या चल रहा है, पोजीशन में ठीक है 22 और 39। ओके, यहाँ पे 11:18 को एक मूवमेंट हुआ था जो मैंने नहीं देखा क्योंकि मैं ज़ीरोधा की स्क्रीन देख रहा था, विच इज़ हमारा पुट पास आ गया, तो हम थोड़ा इन्वर्टेड स्ट्रैंगल में है अभी। सो बिकॉज पुट ने लूज कर दिया था वैल्यू, तो पुट पास आ गया, कॉल अभी दूर नहीं गया है। ट्राई टू ऐड, और अगर ऐड कर सकते हैं तो that's it. तो ये पोजीशन स्ट्रैडल तो अभी वैसा का वैसा ही घूम रहा है, उतने ही एमटीएम पे स्ट्रैंगल भी ओके है। ओके, मुझे चेक करना है मैं कौन सा वर्जन आपको दिखा सकता हूँ जिसमें हम लोग अभी टेस्टिंग कर रहे हैं नए फंक्शनैलिटीज की। सी दैट। ओके, आई विल टेक अ 5 मिनट ब्रेक फॉर दैट। ठीक है, मैं 5 मिनट का 5 से 10 मिनट का ब्रेक लूंगा, उसके बाद वापस आके आपके सवालों का जवाब दूंगा। एंड देन हम लोग लेटेस्ट वर्जन, तब तक मैं टीम से बात करके पता कर लेता हूँ कौन सा वर्जन हम लेटेस्ट वर्जन जो लाइव में दिखा सकते हैं। थैंक यू। Okay, I'm back. Looks like market is again making a move. Just see, okay, so our puts have moved, so have our calls on the strangle. Let's see if we can add more. So the whole position shifted automatically. Okay? Um, our MTM is still pretty much the same. In here, this I unchecked this. Okay, so this time. So now again at a straddle, we were at an inverted triangle. Now because the market moved, we erased off on our call automatically. We'll see if I can add more. Doesn't look like much. So you can see that the orders are automatically going in. Right? So I click on 100, it tries with 100, it finally allowed only 25. So that 25 got added. So that way I don't have to look at my margin, whether the margin is available or not. If it's available, it'll automatically add. So the whole position. So in both the accounts, right, the strangle shifted, the call shifted by risking off, the put shifted by risking on. The price difference automatically updated to 21. I'm gonna make this, I don't want to come closer too soon, so I'm gonna make it 28 now. And both I'm gonna make it as 48 and 48. That's it. Looking at the questions, if any, I don't see any questions as of now. So there was a request to add timer on the top. We've added that. So you have, it shows the current time. So yeah, there's no changes right now. I think we're basically saying if it goes above 48, 48, then risk off. Or if the difference between them is, I'm going to make this as 22. That's fine. If the skew between the LTP of a call versus put is more than 22 points, then I want to bring the one which is at a lower price closer to the spot. So we're roughly at a 0.5% on a strangle and close to 1% on a straddle. Yes, so just looking at if any questions. Yes, sir, you can integrate more than one account. Yes. So loss is a part of the game. The market is still not over, so hopefully we'll end up in green. So I took a straddle and a strangle at the first in the first 10 seconds, and then both sides the market moved, and we are at a loss right now. Yes, but there's still a long way to go. Hopefully, we should be able to recover. Okay, let me show the platform on an Android screen. Uh, I'm trying. Let me figure out a way to do this on a live. Okay, going on mute. I'm trying to see if I can show how it will look on a mobile platform uh, during this live session. We'll we'll see if towards the end I can show that as well. I will cover that in the live. So with the strangle, now the difference is 20 points. If it goes to 22, my call will come closer. So market is just making up and down moves. So not a very friendly day for option sellers. So we don't have to be right whether the market is going to go up or down, right? Irrespective, the system will adjust the position. Now the market starts going down, the call will come closer. And it did. So now the calls are closer. The value changed to 23 and the price check is 46, which is okay. Just make it 48 to keep it consistent. Now if the continuous move comes, so if the move continues to go down, then the puts will risk off because we have a price check of 48, right? The account on the right where we're doing a straddle, we are at 42,300 straddle. Uh, Looks like just it went up first and then went down again. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make this as 32 and 32. The puts have risked off. Same here. So now my puts have risked off to 78. I'm going to try and see if I can add more. That's all. Okay. Now it's back to 34 and 34. I think. So now it is on a strangle again. If this continues to happen, my call will then come closer if the market keeps going down. Also, we'll do 46 now. Let's do 46. Okay, it's a tricky market to trade today. Making moves on both sides. Spot difference adjustment is if you want to look at a way where you want to stay away from the spot to avoid gamma moves, right? So gamma spikes that happen, right? You could. So I'm using a price action right now for straddle. I could have used a spot difference with allowing the money. That would also work perfectly well, right? So whichever you comfortable with, it's the intention is you want to risk off when your strike is coming closer to the spot. So that's when you can use a spot difference. So some people look at the price, some people look at the spot. So based on what you are comfortable with, I think you can use that option. Now an up move. So the puts have come closer again. The strangle is actually losing more than the straddle, looks like, because of all the adjustments. Let's make it 36 and 36. I don't want too many adjustments now. And that's why I'm increasing it to 36. I don't want the put to come closer again very fast. Okay. Okay, if we start losing 1% in a strangle, then we will change the strategy. I will start uh, I will start risking off rather than risking on. Currently, the idea is we take more risk first and then we risk off, but that will change if the market keeps behaving the way it is right now. So if you notice, the puts came closer. The calls will move away if the calls go above 46. That's correct, right? So spot difference can be used to risk off. Price difference can be used to risk on. We will be introducing a new strategy, which is a roll up, roll down. Right? A lot of people who are doing strategy, they've been asking for an option where they can roll up or roll down the strategy completely on using a single automation. Right? So that's something that we are currently looking into. So the account on the right, now we are actually at a strangle. Right? So since the move didn't continue, that's why the put didn't come closer. Put actually is still where it is. So we are now at a strangle of 100 points. If the upward move continues, then the put will come closer and it will again become a strategy. Let me know in your comments how's your trading going on. So if they go out of the sync, a lot of times the PNL, right? So what you'll have to look at, either click on a refresh or just check if you have any NRML position or any other index as well, right? If it's purely just the index and expiry that you're trading on TradeFlow, and if it goes out of sync, the first thing is just check on the LTP side. Some of the options on XTS sometimes don't have the LTP as well, right? So this used to happen once in a blue moon, but if that is the reason, the LTP may be different. But after a refresh, if you still see that the LTP and the PNL are different, then do let us know. We will want to take a look at in which scenario is this happening. Okay. I will be stepping away from the screen for like 10 to 15 minutes. I'm gonna just check my automation settings. So 46 is fine. 46, if either of them goes to 46, I'm gonna increase the update to 50%. I don't want to bring it closer too soon. In price action, yeah, 36 is seems to be okay to me. And the last thing is that I'll do is I'll check the checkbox of PNL with the Yeah, 3 lakhs. Just in case if there's a major movement any side. I'm gonna put it 2 lakhs here. Target can be a huge amount and we'll do a premium. So even if now the market moves a huge move, I know this is the maximum that I'm willing to lose. This much in the straddle account and this much in the strangle account. Right? So because I will be away from the screen for another 10 to 15 minutes. So just making sure I'm protected. Uh, if you have any questions, just drop them. Our team will be responding to your questions as well. And if there's anything that I need to give an explanation in the live market, I'll cover that after the 15-minute break. Thank you. Yeah, I'm back in front of the PC now. Okay, I'm just looking at the configuration again. 46, 46 on the price check. So if either one goes to above 46, we will risk off. I'm checking the P&L now since I'm in front of the PC again. If either of them goes to loses 36 points, basically the difference column, if it goes to minus 36, then the put will come closer. So if the market goes up now, it will again become a strategy. Looking at the questions if there are any. So you can copy paste the password, right? So the password is kept complex so that it's not easy to crack. So you can reach us on our number. The number that I've shared is in the chat. I'll put that number again. You can reach us on this number. Uh, So we do try to understand what is your strategy, how best you can use the tool. Right? We don't uh, we don't impose our strategy, right? Because our read of the market may be completely different from your read of the market. So based on whatever you're doing currently, the best style would be to carry that on a trade flow. We can help you with your style of trading, right? Where okay, if you are somebody who wants to only risk off, then you can use a price check, or you can do a spot difference. If you're somebody who wants to risk on first and then risk off, then a price difference with a price check combination, or if you're doing something where you want to move both the positions simultaneously, right? Or then a price action because it can uh, help you risk off and risk on. Right? So again, if you're somebody who's doing directional and you want to do it on a breakout, then there is breakout logics there. If you're looking at combined premiums and entering into a position, so you can now have rules where you can say currently the combined premium of let's say a straddle is 150, right? Then if it goes to 155, only then sell the position, or only then square off the position. So all that rules are available. It's based on what is your style of trading. We'll try to help you with your style of trading. Sure. Thank you, sir. Not seeing any decay on the strangle. This market is not very favorable today. Anything in particular that you want me to cover? Please leave a comment. I'll cover that as well. Yes, a price check will work even if you have more than one leg, right? So whichever leg, so if I put a price check right now, let's say 36, right? So the 36 that I have on the price check, if I had 10 legs also, whichever leg the LTP goes above, uh, sorry, 46, right? So whichever leg LTP goes above 46, that leg will square off. So let's say you had 5 call options ranging from 5 rupee all the way to 40, right? And if the market starts moving up, the first one to risk off will be the one closer to the spot, right? If the market still continues to move up, the second option that goes and crosses 46 will then risk off. So this continues, right, till you change the price check you value or you uncheck the automation. So can you share what is the best way to enter triangle according to you on TradeFlow? So there are a few ways that you can enter a triangle. Right? Let me just show you based on what you want to achieve. Right? So if you're somebody who wants to enter at a specific time, then you can specify the time and specify the price at which you want to enter. So if I specify, let's say 50-50 here, then I'm basically saying 5 hedge hedge. Right? So if I'm saying this, I can specify a time in future and say, okay, enter at that specific time. It will look for a strike which are around 50 LTP and hedges around 5, and it will make an entry. If you don't want time based, you can click on enter now button then and there, and it will take a triangle position with hedges. You can choose to ignore hedges by leaving it as 0 0. That is the first way. The second is through a basket where you have a well-defined strikes in mind, and those are the strikes that you want to enter. You select the strike, select the quantity, click on execute. So you can have all the legs. You can specify the quantity as 0, then that leg will not go. Right? So that's the second option through basket. The third option to enter is through a predefined list. You can click on triangle. It shows you the combined premium. Right now, the triangle at 100 points away, which is 42,300 and 42,100, is trading around 100 points. I can just select the quantity and click on sell. That position will be sold. Right? So if you are somebody who wants to create your own triangle, right, I can select a strike, and that combination is what I want to enter. Then I can basically enter this combination, select the quantity, and both the legs will go. Right? So pretty much full flexibility in terms of whether you want to do it price based, you want to do it strike based, you want to look at the combined premiums and then do it. So that gives you the option. So yes, you can save the configuration, right? So if I change this to 900 or 800 and then I save this configuration, every morning all you have to do is whatever configuration that you daily want to use, you just load for that specific day, but you have to once save that configuration and then load that same on that specific day. So as we were talking, looks like the put has come closer, right, because it had given up 36 points. So that's where the put, now we are again back at a straddle of 42,300. Yes, the price action works on a difference column. If you refresh with update sell price, basically if you have an option to refresh without updating the sell price. So if I click on this and do a refresh, it's not going to change the sell price. But if I leave the update sell price checked, then what you're telling the system is take the LTP and use that as a sell price. We will be adding average price, sir. So whatever average price that you see on your broker, that we will be adding another column next to sell price, which will show you a sell price, average sell price. You can, so in the version that is coming out on Monday, you can set not on a percentage basis, but on an absolute point, where the combined premium of a straddle goes to, let's say you sold combined premium of 100, you can set it as, let's say, 130, and that is your 30%. So you can uh, do an exit based on a rule. So we are currently running a trial where you can try for 15 days for 999 plus GST. Those are 15 calendar days. You get all the functionalities, and then if you see that this tool can help you with your trading, you can opt for a monthly or a 6-month plan. Okay, let's look at the market again. Looks like the market is again making some moves. I'm going to make this as 44 and this as 44. So we are at 42,300 straddle and 42,100 and 42,500 strangle. It's been a difficult expiry so far. I'm looking at the chart and I'm like, wow, it's just, so the size of the candles are quite big. That's the problem. Thank you, Shripati ji. Yeah, I think the premiums are actually low. It's just that there were a lot of requests to do live trading. So, and there were a lot of requests to show straddle and strangle both. So that's the reason we took a straddle and strangle. So in one account we took a strangle, and another account we took a straddle. Most likely, if the market stabilizes a bit, I think the P&L should reduce quite a lot. Okay. One thing that I want to check is what are the. So I'm currently quite far on the hedges. Let's see if I can look at the hedges and see. So 1,000 points. So we are at 40.3 contract. I think we're gonna keep the hedges so far till 2 o'clock. We'll see if the even the hedges are not losing a lot. So for now, we'll keep it as it is. So in price action, you can do an absolute value where you can just say instead of a move, do an exit. And let's say if I switch from move to exit, what I'm saying is whenever there's a 36-point loss, exit that position. Plain and simple. So that works as a stop loss. Earlier, we used to bring the position closer also when let's say from 100 it goes to 64, right? Then it would come closer. But now in the version that we are releasing on Monday, it will not bring it closer. In case of an exit, it will only square off the position which is losing. So you can treat that as a stop loss. What's going on again? Market is again going down. So calls are actually cheaper. If you look at the call prices, they're quite cheaper compared to puts. That's gonna be a challenge. So if the move continues, I'm gonna bring it closer down at 22. Not looking good. Markets are. So we basically avoided a move, right, because of our settings. So else there would have been an adjustment. Right? We were okay to look at an MTM swing, but we didn't adjust the position. So I basically reduced the price difference on the strangle from 26 to 22 in case if there's a sudden down move, continued down move, right? That down move didn't continue, so that's why the calls didn't come closer. If you have any questions, let me know. We'll try to answer them. So now if the down move continues, my puts will risk off on the straddle. Call is not going to come closer because it's 36 points is not going to lose. And on the strangle, we will first make it will first bring the calls closer and then risk off the puts. That's if the down move continues. Because our configuration is such that 22 points. So if one goes to, let's say, 44, the other one will not stay at 20 only, right? So if it goes to 40 also, this has to go to 18. And that's when I will bring the calls closer. And if then it goes above 44, then it will risk off. The puts will risk off automatically. So on the strangle, the settings is such that if the LTP goes above 44. Right? Right now, call is still very safe. Right? If the market starts falling, right, then when the put goes above 44, my put will risk off. Now, I'm also doing a price difference. Now, before the put risking off, I've kept a settings as that I want to bring my calls closer first, and then if the down move continues, the put will risk off. The 22 price difference that I've kept is keeping in mind, let's say if the move comes suddenly, put spikes and put goes to 42 without call losing any value, right? Still the call will come closer at 42. When the put goes to 42, the difference between them is 22 points, right? So that will force the calls to come closer. If that down move continues and then the put goes to 44 and above, then the put will automatically risk off. So that way I'm bringing the calls closer first and then risking off my puts. Okay? That, okay. The question around sharing the API key, API secret, and user ID, any risk? So every time when you log in every day, you need to generate a token. For generating a token, you need to have your username, password, and TOTP. Right? We don't ask for your password or your TOTP. So we can't generate. Anybody who even has access to your API key or secret cannot generate the token without the password or a TOTP. So that's why it's not risky. Right? Unless you share your TOTP and your password also. We do recommend that you try the product before you subscribing for it. Right? Also, if you're dealing with less than 10 lakhs, yes, you are going to find it expensive. But our recommendation is if your capital is more than 10 lakhs, right, you can at least give it a try and then see if this is worth investing in. This was just one thing that I think I've said it a few times already, right? We always look at how do we save money instead of how can we increase our ROI. If this can help your ROI by, let's say, 1%, then it covers its cost automatically. Any single day, if it's able to save you 10,000 rupees, for the remaining days, the tool is for free for you. Because you have trailing exit P&Ls, right? As and when your profit increases, you can trail your uh, exit criteria, right? You can trail your P&Ls. So let's say you're making 50,000 and if the market reverses or makes a certain move, you can specify that when my profit goes below 40,000 exit. When your profit if you're making a profit of 60,000, automatically it will trade to 50,000. So that way you can keep increasing your profit and then protecting your profit as well. So as you can see right now it's 18, right? So it will result in a move only when it goes above 22 and stays above 22, right? So in this case, most likely yes, right? It did happen. It is moving the new position, and the same happened on the straddle as well, right? So we basically risked off on the call, on the put, on both because the move was sudden. And if the put goes above 44, the put will then risk off again. I'm going to make it 46, and here we are okay. Right? It has converted into a triangle again. I'm going to try and add some. Take this 46 again. With auto update, my value changed from 22 to 30 automatically because the combined price is 60, 50% of that is 30. So at this point of time, I'm going to bring some of the hedges closer. I'm going to see if it makes any difference. I'll just add 41. Thank you, Shekharji. Right. I don't want to comment on whether it's high or low. I don't look at it because, like I said, if it helps you increase your ROI, then it's worth it. If it doesn't help you increase your ROI, then it's not worth it. There's no question about it. So I was able to, because I brought, so uh, the reason I got my hedges closer is I'm paying another 30 paisa extra or 40 paisa extra on the hedges, right? From where I was. It's at around 140 or 150 was the previous hedge. Now at 1.9. Similarly, it was around 1.6. Now it is around 2. Right? So by giving 40 paisa into 3000 quantity, yeah, versus adding 600 quantity on both sides. So which are worth 35 bucks. So the math works out in my favor when you bring in hedges which are slightly expensive than where you are. Also, it gives you protection. Right? So now, even if the market moves uh, with because of the hedges, I'm still protected. So it gives you both protection and lets you increase your quantity. So if there is, I'll take a look, right? So there is, we look for hedges which are multiples of hundreds, right? In Nifty and Nifty, and multiples of 500 in case of Bank Nifty. Now, in cases where, let's say, it is you're not able to find anything which is below 100, right? Or it's extremely far. It, it may happen that you may take up a hedge of 1 rupee 10 paisa or 1 rupee 1 paisa. Right? But I'll discuss this with you. If you want to specify exact price, if we can figure out a way to do that as well, we'll try to. You can always select a strike as well. You can, if you are sure that you want to go at least 2000 points away or 500 points away on the hedge, you can use that as a basket or through a custom watch list as well. Currently, there's no logic of candle closing or opening. Right? You have a value of tick, right? So that can be treated as a candle closing. At the end of the day, what you're saying is now the candle size could be based on a 5 minute, a 1 minute, a 15 minute. Somebody says 30 minutes, right? So it keeps on varying. So we don't have a concept of whether it needs to be on the open of a candle or a close of a candle. We do have a concept which is weight, which says, okay, if the price is breached and it's breached consecutively for n number of price updates, then perform an action. So thank you, Mr. Reddy. Shweta, I'm going to help you with this. We'll basically connect after market and try to address your problem. MTM is not going down, it's only going up. Looks like whatever I'm doing is not working out today. Let's see. We still have what, almost 2.5 hours left. Okay, time for another break. I'll be back by 1:15. Thank you. Let's watch this all the way to the end. So I would request you to stay with me and see what the outcome is towards the uh, all the way till the end of the expiry. So we'll see you again after 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, before I leave, let me just check my rules because I won't be in front of the PC. So 46 is fine. Difference of, we'll make it 26 should be okay. On the put side, I'm just thinking 39. So you can clearly see that the market is expecting a downward move. At least the premiums are in such a way that it is, yeah. I'm okay to risk off at 46 and 46. This is fine. And here it is 36. So if it continues to go down on the call, I'm okay to come it closer if it goes below 32. So another 6 point if it loses, my call will move to, not actually 6 months. Let's do 34. That's all. Let's do 34, 34. And I'm going to check the P&L exit, and I'm going to check the P&L exit on this. Mostly because I will not be in front of the PC now. So the current P&L is the P&L. I don't take any overnight positions, so there were 0 overnight positions. It is only we took an entry at 9:05, so 9:15:05 second and around 7 second. So within the first 10 seconds is when I taken the entry both for strangle and straddle. If I was not going live, then I might have taken after 9:30. It depends what is the plan for the day. Since I was planning to do live, I wanted to take it at the first minute itself. To answer your question, the PNL is only for the position that you see on the left for the strangle position and on the right for the straddle position. I actually don't have any other position on these two accounts. So if I, let's say, I had a stock option, right? Or a futures option, or let's say any other index, if I was trading in FinNifty as well, then the PNL will not reflect the PNL of those indexes, right, or those stock options. It only reflects uh, for the current position that we have, which is currently shown, including the book position. Okay, so the call comes closer and the put goes away. Okay, so in both places the adjustments have happened. On the triangle, the put actually moved away from 42 100 to 42, and on the straddle the call came closer, and now we are sitting at a straddle again. Right, I'm going to make this now 36 and 36. That's it. uh, Changing this back to 25, and PNL is fine, everything else is fine. Okay, we'll see you after 15 minutes now. Thank you. Okay, so a few adjustments have happened. Looks like the call came closer and the put risked off. And on the straddle, we are now back to strangle of 42,100 and 42,200. So if the down move continues, then the call will come closer and it will become a straddle again. Change both to 46, 46. Difference is going to be 26. Okay, with the down move and then the up move, it's looks like it's gonna be a tricky day after all. Okay, so both strangle and straddle now pretty much at same ROI. Strangle has actually been very painful. Straddle has been okay. So lowering the price check value from higher to lower is I want to risk off sooner, right? The kind of move that we are facing these days, price check will ensure that we risk off sooner. So that's the reason I don't want to wait for it to go all the way to 52. So that's the main reason. So on the account on the left, I have a hard stop at 2%. So what I'm gonna now keep doing is I will risk off sooner than later. Right? So the criteria changes now. If either of them goes to 36, we will risk off. Now we basically just try to risk off then risk on. Because if it touches 2%, I am out of the trade. I will not be continuing this trade anymore. That's the limit for me on this account. So uncheck this, uncheck this. Yes, we're not selling any strategy, right? So it is based on what my understanding of the market is. I've taken a position. Now my understanding went completely wrong, right? So far. So if somebody had taken, let's say, if somebody was doing a scalping on this tool, they would be making money today, right? I am doing non-directional since the beginning, right? It's just that if your view of the market is something, you can use that view on this tool, right? It's not, it doesn't come with a defined rules that you have to follow. So you're completely right, right? Now, when you commented that the algo software can only place orders fast and do adjustments but cannot make profits. Yes, perfectly right, right? There's no question about it. We don't promise you any returns because if we do a same strategy every single day, let's assume that we've achieved 28% in 12 days, right? We've achieved 3% in a month also. So there are months where we've done almost 28 to 30%, and there are months where we've lost money and we've lost 2 to 3% in a month also, right? So it was purely on our market reading, because if we do the same thing every single day and we do every single day same thing, which is delta neutral, I don't want to be right, is what my thought process is. I only want to make money. Now if my view right now of a so I was expecting the market to be a range bound with not such a swift movements. Currently the movements are quite swift, right? On both the legs the thing goes from 20 to 50 and then comes back to 20, and we're doing adjustments. I'm not staying there on that same position. So yes, I've changed the weight to 3, right? So that if I want to, now I want the adjustments to happen faster on this account. And this I'm making now to 32 and 32. Yes, sir. Before taking the position, right, we generally we do our analysis and see if we were expecting the market to be range bound, and I was not expecting the kind of moves that are happening today. And that's why we took a straddle and strangle. Another reason was we had already planned to do a live and wanted to show how to manage straddle and strangle. Right? Uh, Now, with the kind of moves that have happened, we paid the price of doing a strangle. If you look at it, the strangle has been more expensive than a straddle right now. The straddle is actually doing better than the strangle. So, less number of orders, less number of adjustments, but that's how the market has been today. Right? 9 out of 10 times we generally do strangles, we don't do straddle. And uh, so we look at where the support and resistance is, where the OI is, right? What would make more sense to get the best ROI possible. So yes, we do look at all that. So I do. I'm looking at charts as well. I'm looking at OI data as well. I'm looking at. So I have another screen that is currently on my right side, right, where I do keep looking at it from time to time. But we don't. I don't take any directional trades. No. It may be slightly biased, right? It may be slightly. If my view is that okay, market is heading upwards in an upward direction, then yes, we may take a slightly bearish position. If our expectation or our read is that the market is going to fall, then it's going to be a little uh, bullish position. Sorry, bearish position instead of bullish position. So obviously your read is also very important, right? On your study of the market is also very important. It's going to help you manage even if your position is wrong, right? Or if your read is wrong. If I was taking, let's say, a directional trade today, it's possible that I might have lost money here, more than what I've lost so far. Sure, yes, Abhijit, you're right. There are people who take only penny trades. You have crores and you want to sell 1 rupee and just leave it there. You don't need to read the market, right? But obviously, if you want an ROI where you're expecting a higher returns, then market will need your time. will go all the way. If so, on the account where I'm doing strangle, if we hit a 2%, we will square off, right? And on the account on the right, if we hit 3%, we will square off. Right? So the limit defined for the day for me is 3% on the straddle and 2% on the strangle. If both the limits are not breached, then we will continue till 3:30. So far, the style of trading that I took today was actually a risky style. Uh, I've taken a lot of risk today on the strangle side. And that's why I had to pay the price for taking that risk. If you notice now, the dynamics has changes completely. Now the style is I want to just protect and make sure that 2% doesn't get hit because the longer I stay in the market, the chances of recovering or making some money is higher. Right? Because if the 2% mark is touched, I am out of the trade no matter what. So it works on whether this goes to minus 32 or plus 32. Yeah? If it goes to plus 32, the difference will go to plus 32 when 70 option, the sell price of 70, that option goes to 103, 102, sorry. Right? Then it will show as plus. Right now it is showing both as minus. So there is a decay that has happened. And that's the reason the MTM has also come down. Okay? Now, if this goes to minus 32, it will come closer. So the put will come from 42 100 to 41 200. And if this goes to plus 32, because my value is 32 right now, then this will come. I'm so sorry. If this goes to minus 32, it will come closer. It will go to 42 200. And if it goes to plus 32, then this will risk off. So it works both ways based on whether if I'm making money in this trade, I'm okay to come closer. If I'm losing money in this trade, I want to risk off. So another up move, and now we are back at strategy. So now at 42,200 straddle again, and here there was no reason to adjust this position because we have a 36 limit here. I'm not coming closer anymore through price difference. I will decide to bring it closer when I see fit. So that's a discretionary call that I'll take. If it's a boring expiry if you are really far off, it's a very interesting expiry if you're doing a straddle or you're close, not far OTM. Changing the criteria to 34 and 34. on the strangle. On a straddle, it still remains 32. Maybe I'm going to look at this and change this to. mm, I'm just thinking, I'm looking at the data. Yeah, 32 is still okay. So at this point, I'm going to refresh so that the LTP is taken as a sell price. So now the sell price is 79.77, and the logic is now 28 points. But let's say 30 points. So if there's a 30-point movement in either direction, I want to shift. We'll do the analysis post market. I think there's no time to look at the analysis currently, and it's too early to call it whether it's right or wrong. It could be horribly wrong or it could be okay. I think one thing that I can see is uh, I would have preferred staying roughly around $20, right? Today I was trading around 40. Now, and the market, if you look at it, if I'd stayed around 20 bucks from the beginning, would be sitting at roughly 0.5% profit already, because that's where the market has been range bound. So I had a narrow range versus having a wider range. So, so that's the first take that I, looking at the numbers, I can tell. But a detailed analysis is generally post market, where we look at what went wrong. I'm open to suggestions. Anybody thinks what what we should have done different? Would love to hear your thoughts. Don't, please tell me don't trade. That I can't do. I'm sure there are people who must be making lots of money today. Yeah, and please no penny trades. I think it's okay. You have to take a certain amount of risk. After that, yes, definitely a penny trade makes sense. If you think it's not working out, it's not worth putting your energy, then a penny trade definitely makes a lot of sense because you're at least making something. But even with penny trades, it's becoming very difficult. It's not easy to make money in such a low mix environment. Wow, 80 points, very nice. Should have played with price action? Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe, uh, at end of the day, what has happened today is the kind of moves that have happened. We can't stay in that position, right, with the kind of move that were happening, and we shifting, and then the market reverses again. Then we adjust, right? So, but end of the day, you can't just sit at the positions as hoping that it's going to reverse. So that's the problem. Pavanji, I'll need to contact you after the market to understand what you did and learn a few things from you. And so is Kashi. So I don't do directional. Right? Uh, Directional is always with. So even if we are taking directional, it's assuming if we go wrong, how can we protect our position? Right? So it's always slightly biased, but not more than that. It's never like 70 points and 20 points on the delta. It's roughly 60-40 if I'm taking directional. There's no individual stop loss on any of the legs. It's a portfolio level stop loss, 2% on one account, 3% on another account, right? Which 9 out of 10 times will not happen. Right? But still, you have to have a limit where you want to say it's this much is good enough. It's not going to change my trading style for tomorrow. Right? So that's the percentage because we clock 4%, 5% on expiry. So I'm okay to give half of it. It's relative. If you're making, let's say, every expiry 1%, then you shouldn't be losing 2%. Right? If you're making 3%, then it's okay to lose half, 1.5%. So we have had days where we made 8%, we made 9%, 10% as well. Right? So cumulatively, it has to be that you end up making money, not losing money. So we're moving along with the market. Since morning, we've been shifting our positions, right? But if you look at it, we've stayed in these four plus two strikes. It's actually just total of six strikes that we've stayed. But because of the kind of movements, right? So we went from 40 to 200 to 40 to 300 call, then 40 to 400 call, came back to 40 to 300, went back to 40 to 200. So three calls, three strikes on the call side and three strikes on the put side, from 40 to 100, 40 to 200, and then 40 to 300. So in total, we've actually played around within that 300 point range. If you look at this triangle, again, right? So this was hedges, right? So certain things are hedges, but honestly, 40 to 300, 40 to 500, so a 600 point range. That's all. If this range was a little wider, then the MTM would not have gone to negative. If we had stayed maybe another 100 points away on both sides when we started the day, I'm 100% certain that we would be at least at break even, if not positive. But that's how the market is, right? I took a narrow range, and that's where we had to pay the price. So the problem is within that narrow range also the size of the candles are quite huge. Right? If it was a slow and steady movement, it's easy to manage. But suddenly one option goes from 15 to 30 and then comes back to 15 is where the problem is. Okay, another an hour and a half left. And since we are approaching 2 o'clock, my general move. So what I generally do is, since we are approaching 2 o'clock, I'm gonna make this as 22 and 22. So if there's a move on either direction, we will quickly shift because now the values are lower. It's just 22 points. So if in either direction there's a move around 2 o'clock, my position should start shifting quickly. Is what the intention is. In here, we'll make it 32 and 32. So because we've seen this in past, uh, I may be completely wrong here, but it's better to be safe than sorry. I'll be stepping away from the screen. Come back in 10 minutes, around 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, so the move came before 2 o'clock. Uh, straddle, we are in inverted triangle now in one account, and 41,900, 42,400. Okay. So if the market makes an up move, we will be back at 42,100 strategy. The configuration is such that if there's a 16-point up move again, then we are back at 42,100 strategy. Right now we are at an inverted triangle. Here it will risk off if it goes above 24. So, two different style of trading. Yes, hopefully it's time for options to decay now. It's high time now. Since morning we've hardly seen decay. Because I'm inverted right now, the best setting is to risk off if the call starts if the market reverses, right? But if it goes in your favor, then you're gonna get a decent uh, premium to capture. So it's more like protecting if this goes wrong. So in order to do that, I'm gonna basically make the call as 24 in case if this goes wrong. And on the put side, I do have a lot of leeway, right? So I can make this as 20, 30. So I don't want to risk off if it's not required. And this on the strangle, if it goes to 24, it will automatically risk off. No. which is okay. I'm okay to risk off now. Don't want to take more risk. If this 42,300 goes to 18 is when I will bring 1/4 of the quantity closer. So on 17, I'll move 1/4 closer, and then on 18, I'll move the remaining 1/4 if this happens. Didn't happen yet. We'll wait. I'm moving 1/4 closer. Try to add more if I can. On the call side, I'll risk off if it goes to 20 points, right? Because it's way too risky. I'm going to move the remaining half also. I'm gonna make this is 25, 25. Because I'm taking some credit from the call side, so I can take slightly higher risk. Moving the remaining also to closer, at least half first. And then we'll see if I can move the remaining. Okay, so call actually risked off here automatically. So now I don't have to worry. So now we are at a straddle again. And this time again, it's going to be 30. So on the strangle, I'm going to make it as 27 and 27. And if this goes to 22, then I'm going to bring the closer. So, now both are at 27, 27 and quite equidistant in terms of price premiums. Okay, looking at the start view, we check the P&L now. Okay. Last 1 hour, 20 minutes left for all the zigzag that market has to do. So I'm going to click on refresh here so that I have a clear view. I'm dealing at 1616 so that I can look at how the decay is. And both will go to 25, 25. In here again, I'm going to do a refresh so that it, again, I know it's balanced. It's, yeah. So around 83, 83, the difference now goes to 0. Now this goes to 30 and 30. Yeah, this is fine. We start using price difference again. And this time the price difference will be 16 points. So one gains 8 points, the other one should lose 8 points. Keeping that in mind, I'm going to put this as 27 again. Auto update percentage of 80%. Okay. Uh, now maybe a good time to move the hedges here from 43,500 to 4300. So what I'm going to do is just take a 25 quantity first. This says 14. If sudden move is there, I want to ensure I'm protected. We'll shift from price action to price check now. 120 on the call and 100 on the put. We'll try to risk off now about 50%. And if this goes above 120, then we are risking off. Changing the weight to 3 now. And we'll change this to 9. Okay, not expecting any big moves now. Hopefully, it's already 220. We should start seeing the decay now. We will risk off it if it goes above 150. I'm okay to risk it off. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so the put came closer. It moving again. Well, maybe I misspoke or I spoke quite early. Let's try and see if we can. Right now, our position here is slightly biased, right? So that's where we may need to bring it. I'm gonna use a price difference for that. So if the market continues to make an up move, I want to bring the puts closer now. changing both to 24.24 and a price difference of 70. So if there's an 8-point move on either direction, maybe it should be roughly 50. Now, because market is moving on the upside, it's possible my puts may come up again and it will become a straddle again. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to at least balance my position properly. Refresh and check. They're quite balanced. The last 1 hour of the market. Both triangle and straddle roughly at 1% of loss. How is it going for you guys? Is it profitable, loss, doing extremely good? pretty good for the kind of market that is around 1%. I personally, if you ask me, I'm very happy. Is there anything that I would have done different? Maybe not. Like to discuss sooner if there's a sudden big move. Wow, Himanshu, very good man. 1.5% already. Yeah, just hoping to close at break even, because if I do the math, this gives me 80, roughly 80,000 if I don't bring it closer. So that puts me closer to break even. There's no major move. Right? Now on the straddle, there's still a decent room, but then that's the trickiness. It's still close to a 2% gain possible. We'll do some. We'll try to do something here now. I'm gonna try and see if I can. So I'm just moving half of the quantity, not more. At 32, 32. Little risky bet, but we'll try our luck. We've stayed so far. We've tried to manage MTM since morning. I think after the first hour we were in red. So why not give it a shot? That's what I'm thinking. Bringing this to 80 and 80, 81 and 81. More of a protecting. And so 60 now. Okay, last 1 hour. It's not good price difference. Even take lesser risk now, making it at 74, 74. Because if there's a move in either direction, I want to risk off sooner. Here, 32 is okay because the quantity is less, half of the quantity. So I can still afford to take some risk. Any questions? Crucial, one last crucial hour. Moving this to 72, 72. This is going to be 29 and 29. Okay, time to bring the remaining quantity also closer. We will see. Look at the right time to bring it closer. Move, I try to bring it closer. See if I can add more. Keep this in mind, I'm going to make it 27. Because if the view goes wrong, then I don't want to pay the price. Moving the remaining one. And finally, moving half closer on this side. I think this should be good. Changing this to 68, 69, 68. Moving half closer. See if I can add some more. Okay. Checking the configuration, making this to 900 now. Tick becomes 2. This goes down. This goes down. If this goes above 68, this will risk off. So in an up move, I'm trying to protect here myself. This is going to be 29. No price difference now. We'll decide to bring it closer on our own. Moving the rest of it closer. If the put goes to 13 is when I will bring the put closer to the remaining of it. Or if it goes to 9, either of this. So on 9 or on 13. Okay, so looks like straddle may give us, will start giving us some positive return. Let's see if I can add. I can add finally some of it. Okay. I'm gonna risk off if it goes to 24. I'm gonna risk off the half of the calls if it goes to 24. Instead of bringing the puts closer now, there's no point. I think 8 is way too. There's nothing much left. So unless there's a one down move is when I will bring it closer. On the call side, we are at 68. Yeah, this is fine. Moving the put closer around 12, not before that. I'm gonna still wait for 12 this time. Yeah, I think it makes sense to move now. It's fine. I'm gonna try and add more. I can. I'm gonna add another 100 here. See if I can add. I should have waited. That's okay. Okay, so now we are looking at 24 and 24, not more than 24. And the difference is 7. and the 14. The difference goes to 12 is when we will bring it closer. So let's make it 25 and 25, and this is fine. Auto update of 90%. Let's look at the straddle now. Straddle is okay. Trying to protect now by making it 66 and 66. 6 points and 6 points is okay. 6 and 6, which is fine. Okay. Are you guys enjoying this? If you're watching, I'm not sure how many are actually watching now. So the market has been erratic. Okay, last 45 minutes and 15 minutes before the averaging starts. Thank you, Swapnil. Thank you for your lovely comment. Okay, so I'm going to refresh this when it both hit 40. Roughly around 40 mark is when I will do a refresh, not before that. Looks like straddle will be touching a break even now. And this goes to 64 now. So the idea on the strangle is, if let's say the call starts spiking up, as soon as the difference is 12, I'm going to bring my puts closer. But when the puts come closer, it's possible that I don't want to risk off the calls right away. I will wait if the up move is really good. Then we will risk off the calls. Till then, we will keep the calls at 26 and 26, trying to make sure we do it properly. Now here we are at break even. Pretty much we touched green for a second. Hopefully that remains the way we want it. So let's see how this goes. On this, hedges are still quite costly, so I'm not going to bring the hedges still closer. What I'm going to try and do is I'm going to maybe move this hedge to 41,800. Yeah, 41,800. I think this is okay. Let's do that. I'm going to move half, risk of half, and we'll try to add quantity here now. If it lets me do it. No, it doesn't let me do it. Why? I'm going to add 450 on the call side and then add more here. Risk of this. Okay. Just looking at now the position. It should let me do it now. I'm going to wait for a red candle to add more. On this triangle, we are at 26, 26, which is okay because we have a price difference of 12. So that gives me a cushion in case if a market moves up suddenly. The weight tick is 2. The order slicing is 900. In here, the weight is now 2 and the order slicing is 900. So that way, I'll wait to add more puts if it goes above 35. But before that, okay, or if it goes below 26, either of those. So it's going to be, if we touch 35, we add. If it goes to 26, we add. On this triangle, I think I'm comfortable. What I'm going to do is make this as 11. Okay, so looks like we are in green on the straddle at least for now. Still too early to call. 13 minutes left for averaging to begin. Okay, I'm going to start adding if it lets me add. Yeah, it's letting me add. And now I have more puts than calls. I'm going to try and balance this out. We'll do a refresh so that it is balanced. I can look at the prices. They're around 39.39 if the decay is happening properly. Right here, let's see if I can add some here. What look like. Okay, add 450, 450, 450. So now in case of even a wild move, hedges are so close that I will be protected to some extent. Even if okay, so 45, 45. Let's try and add some calls if it lets me. Yeah, we'll add another 100 and 100 and see if it. Yeah, still good. 100. We'll balance it out when the put goes to 35 again. At this point of time, the price check goes to 62. I think we want to more protect. And the reason of putting it at 62 is right. 20 points up move. The put is not going to give me 20 points, but I'm still trying to protect. Right. So it's not exactly balanced. A good value would be let it be 62. That's fine. In here we'll make this as 24 now. I'm not going to bring the strangle now to straddle. We'll leave it for a while. We'll see what happens as the market progresses towards the averaging. We'll try one more 600 to add if I'm able to. That's all. Now after this, I'm not going to add on the call side. We'll wait for the put to increase. If the put increases, then we'll add in the put side. On this triangle, if I look at it now, how much do I have to gain? I can gain around 50,000 on this, not more than that. How much am I willing to lose? I'll make this as 1 lakh now. And 1 lakh profit. So this is basically ensuring, because I'm managing two accounts, so it may get tricky. So at least in one account, now I'm sure that if my MTM goes above 1 lakh, it will start squaring off. And this goes to 10 with a 90%. Yeah, that's it. So the idea is if this goes to 15, this goes to 5, the difference becomes 10. Then I may actually, no, not 15. Let's keep it 12. Okay. If the put goes to 35 again, we will add another 200 quantity of puts, or 34. Or if it goes below 27, then I'm adding. Don't want to lose out. It should go now, I think 9 minutes to averaging. This now goes to 60 and I'll keep it 59 and 59. I'm going to add on the put side now if it goes to 32 and above. Yeah, adding another one, because we are now entering averaging. Quite balanced position, not too much of a skew right now. 14 points, 15 points on the upside, 15 points I can capture from the downside. So that's why I'm okay with this position now. Thank you so much, Ankurji. Uh, Around 305, we will take a call whether to change the strangle into a straddle. If the premiums are good enough for me to take that kind of a risk, we will take that. Okay. Okay, looking at the hedges, I'm going to move these hedges. I'm okay to will giving 40 paisa more. Why is it not letting me buy? Okay, refresh. Okay, no margin left. Let me. Wow, that's a tricky one. Let me just. Sorry. I'm going to buy a 42 100, 42 300. Yeah, I'm now able to buy. I'm willing to give 50 paisa extra for extra hedges, extra quantity. 50 paisa basically means 2000. So I'm basically now paying 2000 extra. If I'm able to add even, let's say, yeah, I'm able to add. So, okay, so now this goes to, yeah, this is fine. Okay, what just happened? Trying to manage straddle, looks like strangle, straddle. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Now this goes to 23 and 20, sorry, 33 and 33. That's it, right? So we've shifted, the market again reverses, and the difference is more than 15 is when we bring it closer. So that way we know that if the market is going down, I'm able to bring my calls closer again. Yeah. Let's make it 17. That's fine. In here it is 12. So this will automatically bring the puts closer. Yeah, which is okay. Five minutes into averaging, I'm going to make this as 26, 27, and 27. Let the put go up to 29 so that the call can come closer first. Okay, so strangle is also now at break even. The only worry is if the market suddenly makes an amazing move up, then we have to manage it. I'm gonna change this to 50,000 now, just in case if I'm not able to manage both accounts simultaneously. At least I know that one account is not gonna lose more than 0.5%. Thank you, Naveen ji. Thank you everyone for lovely comments. Do let us know if you want me to do all these on a continuous basis. Would try to do that. Let's see. Where are we at? Okay, I'm not bringing the put closer on the strangles yet, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to at least ensure that they automatically come closer if required, and the calls can go away if they cross 20. You don't want to lose now. I've put in so much effort since morning. The same here goes to 15. Okay, 3 minutes into averaging. Good luck, everyone. Strangle is finally in green. Two minutes into averaging. Averaging on an expiry is extremely crucial. Right? The way you manage your averaging would determine how much you can squeeze from the market. So I've learned from the best, Shares Bandy. So I follow what he does. If you guys want to just go and look at his playlist, it's an encyclopedia. It talks about how to manage averaging, how to manage triangle, how to manage straddle. I think the kind of effort and knowledge that is available free of cost, you don't need any mentorship program or any classes for that. It's already out there. It's just an effort is required. Okay, so this becomes 16 and this becomes now 22 and this becomes now 18. So we had to pay some, which is okay. Right now, the fear was on the call side. I was worried about the calls. We'll see if the put has to come closer. So far, the point difference is only 16, 8, 9. Okay, I'm going to make it 13. At this point of time, now I'm more like 42, 300. We are at the same position now on both the accounts. Now is the crucial. If there's a sudden up move, then there is a problem. I'm not okay. I'm not gonna bring it closer. We'll risk off the calls at 22 here and at 27 here. No, at 25, 24. Okay, let's just make sure I uncheck all of it and take a good look at what the position was first. So let's move half of this away. So yeah, this gives me a good headway. On the put side, it's going to be 60. On the call side, it's going to be 27. That's it. Let's go with this. Nothing more to do on this side. At 60, it will risk off. So this was me protecting in case of a short covering move. So I did half of it to 43,200. That's it. This was just a way of protecting. Yeah, that's it. So this should risk off. This goes back to where we were. We try to add some here, and this goes to 18 and 18. Okay, 42, 43. Right now, 18, 18 is fine. A price check of 12. is in the worst case possible, worst possible scenario. We'll add. Let me add anything right now. Okay, 1818. Here we are at Windows 16 and 16. Not coming closer so far. I think we'll come closer if this comes to 9, which is okay. Okay, order day. It's not, we are into averaging. We're right now right in the middle with a slight bias towards upside because the calls are still around 7. Puts are around 3. So idea is we can capture a total of 10 points. For that 10 points, I'm willing to give 3 points back to the market. So that's why this is 13 now. And this is going to be 15 now. Because I've captured more here, so I'm willing to give 2 more extra points here from my profit. Okay, we're touching a 1% mark. Thank you, Mr. Reddy, for your lovely comment. I'm really happy to see 3%. Thank you, sir. Click on refresh button to reset the automation counter. You can always increase the number of adjustments that are allowed to all the way 29. Okay, we are at 4 and 4. Not going to try anything stupid now. We'll try to just protect this and make it 10 and 10. And say 11 and 11. And here we do 12 and 12. Price difference is unchecked. Price difference is unchecked. PNL is unchecked. Okay, 1% mark. How many trades taken later? It shows. I'll have to check the XTS terminal. Let me see. Oops. 1 second. Team, if you're looking at the XTS terminal, just let me know. You can respond to one of the accounts. How many number of trades taken? How many orders, I mean, right? I think the question is how many orders we punched today. So these are the number of positions that we've taken, including hedges, right? So a lot of them are hedges as well. Yeah, I think we're done for the day. This goes to 7 and 7. It's not over till it's over. So always make sure you still keep your settings, right? In case if there's a sudden 300-point move, right? We never know. Right? We can't be that it's over. Exactly, sir. I think that's where we at one point of time I was down 1.5%, almost 1.6%. and my limit was 2%, right? So, okay, I'm gonna just make this as 9. I'm gonna, because into averaging, it's been 7 minutes, we are below 42,300, right? Now, okay, wait a second, what is happening? Well, unless this is very good up move, right? This cannot close above 9, right? Unless I'm missing something here. What is happening? I don't wanna see. We into averaging. Why is this call going all the way to $9 when we are still under? Let me just do a refresh and check. Yeah, it shouldn't be. Right? So why was it acting so weird? Good, I was actively monitoring it. Else we would have risked off suddenly and realized, okay, exit 900, 900 here. This market expecting an up move. I'm very surprised why. There's a lot of juice still left on the. Yeah, I'm willing to take some risk here because into 7 minutes of averaging, we are at this. That's it, not more than this. That's 6,000 quantity into $4 gives me 25. I'm willing to lose close to. Why is the call still at $6? Is what not I'm not following. Any suggestions, any ideas? Why is the call still around $5? We are into 9 minutes of averaging. Am I missing something here? Or is it just free money lying out there? 'Cause still, it's been what 10 minutes into averaging. We are around 50 points down from the spot from 42,300. I'm gonna make it 9. It's okay. I don't wanna be very greedy. 9 and 10. Okay, I think let's see another 20 minutes left. Either there's gonna be a good up move, and that's the reason the calls are still around 6, 5, 6, 7, right? Which was very strange. 11 minutes into averaging 40 points below so far throughout the averaging period. So it has to be at least 40 points above for the remaining 15 minutes at least for it to close entering. Yeah, that's a gamble, right? If they are right, it's a lottery for them. But if they're wrong, it goes away, right? And for us, it's the day's effort gone into drain in the last leg. That's what I'm worried about now. That's why I haven't like I can do all the way to 10,000, but I don't want to do that now. Because what if they are right? It's still 20 minutes into averaging left, so that's why. Okay, Please don't prove me wrong and let the market end below 42,300. 18 minutes left into averaging. Still we are, so it needs to, okay. Just, it'll take 10 seconds. If you can just say yes or no, gives us a feedback in terms of whether this was useful or not. If you would like to subscribe, we've given our phone numbers. Our website is TradeFlow.in. We are running a promotion right now where you can try all the features for 15 calendar days for 9.99 plus GST. After that, you can choose to go for a month-to-month on a 6-month plan. All the pricing details are available on the website as well. We have a list of videos explaining all the features on YouTube. You can look at those and decide to try the product if you want. If there are any users currently still in the live chat, do let us know your feedback. How was your day? Did you find this useful? Not so useful? So the decimals will be included, sir. One person is asking. In the Monday release, you will have decimals. Right? The version that I'm running right now is on testing. So I think this is a good enough test for me to say it works. So we will be running this in testing. Okay. Okay. Market is still not giving up. 15 minutes into averaging, still call is around $250. So what this means is the market has to go and stay above for at least 15 minutes for 20 points. So 43,330 is where it needs to go in order to for the calls to have even $2 into it. Okay, so now they're crashing. Makes sense. Thank you so much. Thank you for lovely comments. Okay, done for the day now. Last but not least, yeah, before I forget, I'm going to make this as 5 and 3. And this goes to 5 and 3. Now, even if there's a 100-point move on the upside, 4 points is 24,000, which is okay. And 3 points is, yeah, very okay. Okay. Thank you, Akashji. Very happy, Prakashji. You made 0.7%. We also made 0.7% in Strangle and 1.3% in Straddle. Okay, time to eat something. If you have any questions, please let me know. I will answer your questions. If you think this is expensive, just try it for 15 days. If the tool is able to protect your profit, and if you're able to just make, let's say, 10,000 bucks more than what you could have made, then the tool is free for you, uh, based on which subscription plan you take. Right? Can you please add value button in the option hedges also? Okay, you mean the current value? Okay, okay. So they were expecting an up move. It's been still 13 minutes. Superb, sir. 1.8% is an extremely good outcome for a day like this. Thank you, Dana. I'll say this again. If you are struggling with option selling, there's an encyclopedia by Shares Gandhi. He's done an amazing job. For 1 year, there is a collection of videos talking about how to adjust, how to do, how to manage averaging, how to do adjustments. Right? I think there's free material available. Right? It just needs your time and energy to go through them. I've personally gone through all the videos at least twice. Thank you, Mohit. I will be adding 75,000 and 1 lakh, yes, in the auto update, right? So, somebody had asked about auto update. I'm so sorry, I forgot. I will make a video. Uh, very tired right now, sorry. So I'll cover that in another session, right? We'll do a one Q&A session post market. We try to do one Q&A session, and we like to listen in. How was your expiry? So, sometime towards the end of the day, I'll set up a Q&A session with all the subscribers to see how was your expiry and anything else that we should be adding here that could help. Okay, last 10 minutes into averaging, nothing is happening. We should be, yes, you can change the broker, sir. We do allow at least 2 times during a 6-month period, and if in certain circumstances, if you are on month to month, we can still let you do change it from one broker to another. We can do that, sir. Not a problem. Thank you, Mr. Shetty. So just learning from the best, I believe. And then the feedback that I get from everybody, I think that's a learning. And market is the biggest teacher. Okay, sir. I will take a break now, and we'll put this in live, right? And we'll try to remove the sections where I'm giving a lot of yarn, and we'll keep it purely trading related, and we'll upload that most likely by end of the day or tomorrow. So if you want to take a look, you can take a look at that. So just to summarize, we took an entry in the first 5 seconds. The account on the left, which is at around 86,000, was a strangle. The account on my right, which is at 1,35,000, was a straddle. We managed both accounts. 95% was automation. I don't remember moving except for once clicking on a button for coming closer, once or twice where we decided to come closer. Rest all we were doing RMS, right? We were ensuring that, okay, how much am I willing to give on a call? How much am I willing to give on a put? When should I come closer? When should I risk off? Right? We used a price check and a price difference combination for strangle. For the 70% of the time, we used price action till around 215. We were using price action when we were managing straddle. Then we shifted to a price check and a price difference to manage the straddle as well. There were periods where a straddle would convert into a strangle, get into an inverted strangle, right? Uh, Everything was done by the system, right? We just kept on adding more quantity by shifting our hedges closer and adding more and more. Wherever we did, I thought it's the right time to bring my hedges closer to get the margin benefit. In summary, we are at 0.85% in the account where we started with Strangle. We are at 1.35% in an account where we were doing Strangle. If you have any questions, we are reachable on Twitter. Our numbers are there on Twitter. We have a playlist talking about all the features. There is a promotion currently going on. This is the first time where we did a promotion where we're giving 15 calendar days for $9.99 plus GST. You can try the product out and then see if you want to go for a monthly or a 6-month plan. I will now stop the session. I think there's nothing left for me to share. So thank you so much for staying all the way. I think there are close to 50 people still watching this in live. So thank you so much. I hope you had a good expiry and enjoyed the session today. Take care and goodbye. I'll just leave this on for another 5 minutes for whoever wants to just look at it for next 5 to 7 minutes. But my settings are now pretty much 2 and 2. In case of a 500-point move or a 300-point move, I still don't want to leave it to market. Okay, thank you. Bye.